Hey there, welcome to Broderos. Tonight, we've got hours of chilling horror stories combined with soothing rain sounds to help you relax and sleep. Before you drift off, leave a comment below and let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. And don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe right away. If you end up not enjoying it, you can always take it back later. Get cozy and let the fear take over. Have you ever heard a voice calling your name when no one else is around? The old Blackwater Junction station had been abandoned for nearly 20 years, yet something about it had always drawn me back. Perhaps it was the ghost of my childhood fascination with trains, or maybe some deeper, unexplainable pull that I couldn't quite name. Whatever it was, I found myself walking along its dilapidated platform on a crisp autumn night, flashlight in hand, camera slung over my shoulder. My name is Daniel Reeves, a freelance photographer specializing in forgotten places. At 34, I built a modest reputation capturing the haunting beauty of abandoned locations. Blackwater Junction was to be the centerpiece of my new collection, a once bustling rural station now consumed by nature, its wooden structures weathered by time and neglect. The beam of my flashlight traced the crumbling edges of the platform. Wooden planks, warped and split, groaned under my weight. The ticket booth stood like a lonely sentinel at the far end, its windows long since shattered, frames empty like eyeless sockets staring out into the darkness. Just a quick night shoot and then home, I muttered to myself, the sound of my voice oddly muffled in the still air. I set up my tripod near the edge of the platform, adjusting my camera for a long exposure shot. The moon hung full and bright above, casting silver light across the rusted tracks. As I clicked the shutter, a breath of cold air brushed against the back of my neck, raising goosebumps along my skin. I turned, expecting to see nothing but darkness behind me. Instead, I found myself staring at a faint wisp of what looked like steam or fog, hovering just above the tracks. It coiled and twisted in impossible ways, defying the still night air. Must be ground mist, I reasoned, though I knew the night was far too dry for such phenomena. I returned to my camera, but the sense of something watching me grew stronger with each passing minute. The silence of the station, which had initially felt peaceful, now pressed against my ears with an almost physical weight. Then I heard it, a soft, rhythmic clicking, like the sound of an old clock counting down. Click-clack. Click-clack. My heart skipped a beat. It sounded eerily like the distant approach of a train, but that was impossible. No trains had run through this station for decades. The tracks beyond the platform were disconnected, ending abruptly a quarter-mile down the line where a landslide had torn them from the earth. Click-clack. Click-clack. The sound grew louder, more insistent. I packed up my equipment with shaking hands, suddenly desperate to leave this place. As I turned to go, something caught my eye, a flicker of light far down the tracks, where there should have been only darkness. A lantern? No, it was too steady, too purposeful. It swayed gently from side to side, growing larger. Approaching. Hello? I called out, my voice thin and reedy in the night air. Is someone there? No answer came, but the light continued its steady approach. And then, beneath the clicking of phantom wheels, I heard something else, voices. Dozens of them, whispering, murmuring, calling out in tones too low to make out the words, but with an urgency that chilled me to the bone. I backed away, nearly stumbling off the edge of the platform. The whispering grew louder, and I could almost make out what they were saying now. Last call, all aboard, final journey. The light down the tracks expanded, no longer a pinpoint but a glowing, formless mass illuminating a stretch of rails that should have led nowhere. In its pale glow, I could see the outlines of what appeared to be people standing along the tracks, hazy, translucent figures waiting patiently in a line that shouldn't exist. My breath caught in my throat. I raised my camera with trembling hands and took a picture, the flash momentarily illuminating the platform. In that instant of harsh white light, the figures vanished, and I was alone again. But when the darkness returned, so did they, closer now, their forms more distinct. Men and women in outdated clothes, heads bowed, tickets clutched in pale hands. And now I could hear the whistle, long, mournful, impossibly real, of a train that had no business existing in this abandoned place. I stumbled backward, my heart hammering against my ribs. The clicking had become a thunderous rumble that vibrated through the wooden platform beneath my feet. The whispers had risen to a chorus, calling out names, destinations, times of departure for journeys that had never been scheduled. And then I saw it, the front of a massive black steam engine materializing out of the night, its headlamp cutting through the darkness like a cyclops eye, steam billowing from its sides like ghostly wings. It was an impossible train on impossible tracks, and it was slowing down, coming to a stop at Blackwater Junction for the first time in 20 years. The brakes of the phantom train squealed as it drew alongside the platform. My muscles had locked, my feet rooted to the spot as doors opened along its length with a synchronized hiss. The whispering ceased, replaced by an expectant silence that pressed against my ears. A conductor stepped out of the nearest car, his uniform impeccable despite its outdated style. His face was half hidden beneath the shadow of his cap, but I could see his mouth, curved into a smile that never reached the rest of his features. He raised a white-gloved hand and beckoned to me. "All aboard," he called, his voice somehow both distant and intimately close. "This is your platform, Mr. Reeves. Your ticket has been waiting for you." My name. He knew my name. I shook my head, finally finding the strength to back away. "I don't have a ticket," I managed to choke out. The conductor's smile widened, revealing teeth too white, too perfect. "Everyone has a ticket, Mr. Reeves. Some just don't know it yet." My back hit the wall of the ticket booth. I glanced behind me, calculating the distance to my car, parked beyond the crumbling station building. When I looked back, the conductor stood directly before me, though I hadn't seen him move. In his outstretched hand was a yellow ticket, my name written upon it in elegant cursive. "Last call, Mr. Reeves," he said softly. "This train only comes once for each passenger." Behind him, the phantom passengers were boarding, one by one disappearing into the carriages that gleamed with an impossible light from within. I should have run. Every instinct screamed to me to flee. But something about that ticket, about the way my name curled across its surface in ink that seemed to shimmer and shift, held me transfixed. What destinations did this train serve? What lay beyond the broken tracks and the landslide that had claimed them? My hand, moving of its own accord, began to reach for the ticket. What happens to those who board trains that don't exist? My fingers hovered inches from the ticket, trembling in the cold night air. The conductor's smile remained fixed, patient, as if he had all the time in the world, or perhaps not at all. Something about his eyes finally registered in my consciousness. They didn't reflect light. They absorbed it, two black holes in a face that was becoming less human the longer I looked at it. I don't think this is my train," I managed to say, my voice barely above a whisper. The conductor tilted his head at an angle that made my stomach lurch. "Are you certain, Mr. Reeves? We've been expecting you for some time now." A sudden gust of wind swept across the platform, carrying with it whispers of the passengers already aboard. I caught fragments of conversations, snippets of lives interrupted. "Told them I'd be home by morning. Just one quick trip, that's all. Someone will notice I'm missing eventually. With a tremendous effort of will, I snatched my hand back and pressed myself against the ticket booth wall. No, I said more firmly. I'm not getting on that train. The conductor's smile never faltered, but the air around him seemed to darken, as if the night itself was gathering more tightly around his form. As you wish, Mr. Reeves. But do remember, your ticket remains valid. We'll be making this stop again. He turned and boarded the train with an elegance that seemed to defy natural movement. The doors closed with a synchronized hiss, and the great engine released a cloud of steam that momentarily obscured my vision. When it cleared, the train was already in motion, sliding away from the platform with an unnatural silence, its wheels making no sound against the tracks that shouldn't have existed. I watched, frozen in place, as the phantom train disappeared into the darkness, its rear lights dwindling until they were swallowed by the night. Only then did I find the strength to run. I didn't stop until I reached my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely unlock the door. Once inside, I locked all the doors and sat there, gasping for breath, trying to make sense of what I had seen, what I thought I had seen. Sleep deprivation, I muttered to myself. Overactive imagination. Maybe someone slipped something into my coffee earlier. Yet even as I spoke the rationalization aloud, I knew it wasn't true. The phantom train had been real as anything I'd ever experienced. And it had come specifically for me. I drove home in a daze, the highway mercifully empty at this late hour. My apartment welcomed me with its familiar silence, but even surrounded by the comfort of my own space, I couldn't shake the lingering chill of Blackwater Junction. Sleep came in fitful bursts, filled with dreams of endless train journeys through landscapes that shouldn't exist, and a conductor whose face became less human with each passing mile. Morning brought no relief. I sat at my kitchen table, staring at my camera. I needed to see if I had captured anything, if there was any proof of what I had experienced, or if my mind had truly betrayed me. With trembling fingers, I downloaded the images onto my laptop. Most were as expected, artfully composed shots of the abandoned station in varying states of decay. And then I came to the final image, the one I had taken when the phantom light had first appeared. My coffee cup slipped from my fingers and shattered on the floor. There, captured in perfect digital clarity, was the platform of Blackwater Junction, and standing upon it, arranged in a neat line, were at least 20 people. Their features were blurred, their forms partially transparent, but they were undeniably there. And at the head of the line, looking directly into the camera, was the conductor, his face a smudge of darkness beneath his cap, save for that terrible, perfect smile. I slammed the laptop shut, heart racing. This was evidence. This was proof. But proof of what? A haunting? A hallucination? Something worse? I spent the day researching Blackwater Junction, digging through online archives and local historical records. What I found made my blood run cold. The station hadn't simply been abandoned, it had been closed following a tragic accident in the winter of 1977. A late-night train, not scheduled to stop at Blackwater Junction, had derailed in a snowstorm, killing all 43 passengers and crew members. The investigation had been inconclusive, but local rumors suggested the train had been making an unscheduled stop to pick up a passenger who shouldn't have been there. More disturbing were the reports that followed in the years after the station's closure. 7 people had disappeared in the vicinity of Blackwater Junction over the past 20 years. Each disappearance had occurred at night. Each missing person had last been seen heading in the direction of the abandoned station. None had ever been found. As twilight approached, I found myself drawn back to Blackwater Junction despite every rational thought screaming against it. I parked in the same spot as before but remained in my car, watching the abandoned platform from a distance. The station sat silent and still in the fading light, giving no hint of the impossibilities it had harbored the night before. As darkness fell, I noticed a figure approaching the station from the opposite direction, a young woman, probably in her 20s, with a determined stride. She carried a flashlight and what looked like recording equipment. A ghost hunter? An urban explorer? Whatever her reason, she was heading straight for the platform where the phantom train had appeared. I should have called out to her, warned her, but something held me back, a creeping dread, a sense that any intervention would only hasten what was to come. I watched as she set up her equipment on the platform, much as I had done the night before. She moved with confidence, unaware of what waited in the darkness beyond the broken tracks. The minutes ticked by. I checked my watch, 11:45. If the pattern held true, the phantom train would arrive at midnight. I had 15 minutes to warn her, to save her from whatever fate awaited those who boarded that impossible train. I reached for my door handle, but froze as the familiar sound reached my ears, that rhythmic clicking, growing steadily louder. Click-clack. Click-clack. On the platform, the young woman had noticed it too. She turned toward the sound, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, searching for its source. And then I saw it again, that distant light, growing larger as it approached. The phantom train was coming. I flung open my car door and started running toward the platform, shouting warnings that were swallowed by the growing rumble of the approaching train. The woman turned at the sound of my voice, her expression confused, then alarmed as she saw the panic on my face. But it was too late. The whispering had begun, rising from the tracks, from the air itself, dozens of voices calling out to her, calling her by name. Jessica, they hissed collectively. Jessica, your train has arrived. I reached the edge of the platform just as the great black engine materialized out of the darkness, its headlamp blazing, steam billowing from its sides. The brakes squealed as it came to a stop alongside the platform. The woman, Jessica, stood transfixed, her equipment forgotten as the conductor stepped out, his white-gloved hand extended, holding a ticket with her name inscribed upon it. Don't take it, I screamed, scrambling onto the platform. Don't get on that train. But my voice seemed to come from miles away, lost in the whispers that surrounded her. I saw her reach for the ticket, saw her fingers close around it, saw the conductor's terrible smile widen as he gestured toward the open door of the nearest carriage. I lunged forward, desperate to stop her, but an invisible force held me back, a wall of cold air that felt solid as stone. I could only watch in horror as Jessica boarded the train, the conductor following behind her. The doors closed with that same synchronized hiss. The train began to move, gathering speed as it pulled away from the platform. I broke free of whatever had held me in place and ran alongside it, reaching out in vain, watching as Jessica's face appeared at one of the windows. Her expression was one of dawning horror, her mouth open in a silent scream as she pressed her hands against the glass. And then she was gone, the train vanishing into the darkness as if it had never existed. I stood alone on the platform, gasping for breath, the night silent once more save for the pounding of my own heart. Jessica's equipment lay abandoned where she had left it, the only proof she had ever been there at all. With shaking hands, I picked up her recorder. Perhaps she had captured something, some evidence of what had happened, some clue to where the phantom train had taken her. I pressed play. At first, there was only Jessica's voice, narrating her exploration of the abandoned station. Then came the sound of the approaching train, the whispering voices, my own distant shouts of warning. And finally, just before the recording ended, I heard the conductor's voice, clearer than it had been in person, speaking not to Jessica but directly into the recorder. "You're next, Mr. Reeves. Your ticket is still waiting. What if your name is already on a passenger list you never signed?" I didn't sleep that night. How could I, knowing what I had witnessed? Jessica's disappearance played on a loop in my mind, her confusion, her trance-like state as she boarded that impossible train, the look of horror that came too late as she realized her mistake. By morning, I had convinced myself I needed to go to the police. I gathered my evidence, my photographs, Jessica's recorder, and drove to the local station. But even as I parked outside, I knew how it would sound, a ghost train that appeared at midnight, a missing woman whose last name I didn't even know, a conductor who collected passengers instead of tickets. Still, I had to try. Detective Morgan Kelly listened patiently to my story, her expression carefully neutral. She was older than me by perhaps a decade, her dark hair streaked with silver, her eyes sharp and assessing. "Let me get this straight, Mr. Reeves," she said when I had finished. "You witnessed a woman being abducted by a phantom train at the old Blackwater Junction station last night." "I know how it sounds," I said, pushing my laptop toward her. "But I have proof. The photos." She opened my laptop and clicked through the images. Her eyebrows rose slightly as she came to the final photograph, the one showing the ghostly passengers lined up on the platform. "Interesting photography," she said finally. "Very atmospheric. You mentioned you're a professional photographer specializing in abandoned locations?" "This isn't a promotional stunt," I said, frustration building. "A woman disappeared last night. Her name was Jessica. She had recording equipment. It's still at the station unless someone's moved it. And there are others. 7 people have gone missing near that station over the past 20 years. Detective Kelly leaned back in her chair, studying me. "Those disappearances aren't connected, Mr. Reeves. They occurred years apart, under different circumstances. But all at night," I insisted. "All near the station." "It's a remote area with difficult terrain," she countered. "People get lost hiking in those woods all the time." She picked up Jessica's recorder, turning it over in her hands. "I'll take this as evidence of a potential missing person," she said finally. "And I'll send an officer out to check the station for the rest of her equipment." "What did you say her last name was?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But the voices on the train called her Jessica." Detective Kelly nodded, her expression making it clear what she thought of voices on a train. She took my contact information and promised to be in touch if they found anything concerning at the station. I left the police station feeling defeated. No one was going to believe me. No one was going to help me stop whatever was happening at Blackwater Junction, which meant it was up to me. I spent the rest of the day researching everything I could find about the station and the train accident that had led to its closure. The details were sparse. A northbound train, not scheduled to stop at Blackwater Junction, had somehow derailed during a snowstorm on December 12, 1977. All 43 people aboard had perished. The official investigation concluded that weather conditions and a mechanical failure were to blame. But one detail caught my attention, a small sidebar in a local newspaper article published a week after the accident. A station attendant, the only employee on duty that night, had also disappeared. His body was never recovered from the wreckage. His name was Thomas Blackwood. The article included a grainy staff photo. Despite the poor quality, I recognized the uniform, the cap, the too perfect smile. The conductor. My phone rang, startling me from my research. It was Detective Kelly. "Mr. Reeves," she said without preamble, "we found the recording equipment at the station, just as you described. We've put out a report for a missing person matching the description you gave us. No one named Jessica has been reported missing yet, but it's only been a day." I felt a surge of validation. "So you believe me now?" A pause. "I believe someone was at that station last night and is now unaccounted for. The rest of your story requires more evidence." "What about the recorder?" I asked. "Did you listen to it?" "We did," she said. "There's some atmospheric interference, but we can hear a woman's voice narrating her exploration, and then what sounds like your voice shouting warnings. The rest is mostly static." Static? I had heard the whispering voices clearly, the conductor's direct threat to me. How could the police have missed that? "I'm heading up there myself this evening," Detective Kelly continued. "I'd like you to meet me there around 11. You can show me exactly where you saw this woman last." I agreed immediately, hope flaring within me. Finally, someone was taking this seriously. And if Detective Kelly was there at midnight, she would see the train for herself. The rest of the day crawled by. I tried to distract myself with work, editing photos from previous shoots, but my mind kept returning to the phantom train and its unnatural conductor. What happened to the people who boarded? Where did the train take them? And why had I been singled out, my name written on a ticket I had refused to take? As evening approached, I packed my camera again, along with a flashlight and Jessica's recorder, which Detective Kelly had returned to me as a gesture of good faith. I arrived at Blackwater Junction just after 10:30, parking in my usual spot. Detective Kelly's unmarked car was already there. I found her on the platform, examining the area with a powerful flashlight. She nodded in greeting as I approached. "Show me where you were standing when you first saw the phenomenon," she said, her tone professional but not dismissive. I led her through the sequence of events, pointing out where I had set up my camera, where the light had first appeared down the tracks, where Jessica had stood as she was enthralled by the whispering voices. Detective Kelly took notes, occasionally asking clarifying questions. She seemed genuinely interested, though I could tell she remained skeptical of the supernatural elements of my story. "And what time did you say this train appears?" she asked, checking her watch. It was 11:40. "Midnight," I said. "It arrives at midnight exactly." She nodded, scanning the abandoned tracks with her flashlight. "Well, we have 20 minutes to wait, then." We fell into silence, both watching the darkness beyond the platform. The night was still, eerily so, not even the chirp of crickets or the rustle of leaves disturbing the quiet. At 11:50, I began to hear it, that familiar rhythmic clicking, starting softly but growing steadily louder. Click-clack. Click-clack. "Do you hear that?" I asked Detective Kelly. She frowned, tilting her head. "Hear what?" "The sound of the train approaching." "Listen." The clicking had become more pronounced, unmistakable to my ears. But Detective Kelly shook her head. "I don't hear anything unusual, Mr. Reeves." My heart sank. If she couldn't hear the train approaching, would she be able to see it when it arrived? Or was this phenomenon somehow specific to me and to those the train had come to collect? "There." I pointed down the tracks where the distant light had appeared, growing larger as it approached. "Can you see that light?" Detective Kelly squinted into the darkness. "I don't see any light, Mr. Reeves. Are you feeling all right?" Before I could respond, The whispering began, dozens of voices rising from the tracks, from the air itself, overlapping in an eerie chorus. But this time, they weren't calling for Jessica. They were calling for me. Daniel. Daniel Reeves, your train has arrived. The voices, I gasped, clutching at Detective Kelly's arm. Don't you hear them? They're calling my name. She pulled away from me, her expression shifting from concern to wariness. There are no voices, Mr. Reeves. Maybe we should get you to a hospital. But it was too late. The phantom train was materializing before my eyes, its great black engine emerging from the darkness, headlamp blazing, steam billowing from its sides. The platform began to vibrate beneath our feet as it drew alongside. It's here, I cried, pointing at the massive steam engine that now dominated my vision. The train, it's right there. Detective Kelly's hand moved to her weapon. Mr. Reeves, there's no train. I need you to calm down. The doors along the length of the train opened with that synchronized hiss, and the conductor stepped out, Thomas Blackwood, the station attendant who had disappeared in the accident 48 years ago. His uniform was immaculate, his smile as terrible and perfect as I remembered. Last call, Mr. Reeves, he said, his voice cutting through the whispers. Your ticket has been waiting far too long. In his outstretched hand was the yellow ticket, my name written upon it in elegant cursive. I backed away, bumping into Detective Kelly, who now had her gun drawn, though it was pointed at the ground. Mr. Reeves, I need you to sit down, she said firmly. You're having some kind of episode. You don't see him? I asked desperately. The conductor, right there. The conductor, Blackwood, tilted his head at that impossible angle. She's not meant for this train, Mr. Reeves. She has no ticket. But you've been avoiding your journey for too long now. He stepped closer, the ticket extended toward me. With a growing sense of horror, I realized that to Detective Kelly, I must appear to be raving at empty air, a man having a psychotic break on an abandoned platform. But I knew what I was seeing. I knew it was real. Why me? I demanded of the conductor. Why have you been waiting for me? Blackwood's smile widened, revealing too many teeth, too perfectly aligned. Everyone who comes to photograph Blackwater Junction receives a ticket, Mr. Reeves. Most accept it the first time. You're unusually resistant. The others who disappeared, I said, the pieces falling into place. They were photographers too. Witnesses, Blackwood corrected. People who might capture evidence of things they shouldn't see. Like you did. He gestured toward my camera. Detective Kelly was speaking into a radio now, requesting backup, her eyes never leaving me. She couldn't see or hear any of this, couldn't see the train, the conductor, the ghostly passengers now lining up behind him. And Jessica? I asked, my voice breaking. Was she a photographer too? A paranormal investigator, Blackwood said dismissively. They're particularly easy to collect. They come looking for evidence of the beyond, and the beyond obliges them. He extended the ticket further. Your journey awaits, Mr. Reeves. Don't make this more difficult than it needs to be. I glanced at Detective Kelly, who was still trying to talk me down, unaware of the supernatural drama unfolding before her eyes. She was no help. No one was. I was alone in this. Or was I? An idea struck me, desperate, probably futile, but the only option I had left. I snatched Jessica's recorder from my pocket and held it up. Jessica recorded you, I said to Blackwood. Your voice, Your threat to me. It's all on here. The conductor's smile faltered for the first time. And I've figured out who you are, Thomas Blackwood, I continued, emboldened by his reaction. You were working the night of the crash. You weren't supposed to be there, were you? You signaled the train to stop when it shouldn't have. You caused the derailment. Blackwood's form seemed to flicker, his perfect appearance momentarily replaced by something charred and broken. You know nothing, he hissed, his voice losing its smooth quality. I know enough, I said, backing toward Detective Kelly. I know your name. I know what you did. And now, so does she. I pressed play on the recorder. This time, the voices came through loud and clear, the whispering chorus, the conductor's direct threat to me. And beneath it all, a new sound emerged, the screams of the passengers who had died in the crash, crying out in pain and accusation. Detective Kelly froze, her eyes widening as she finally heard what I had been hearing all along. Blackwood's form flickered more violently now, his perfect appearance increasingly difficult to maintain. Stop that, he snarled, lunging for the recorder. I tossed it to Detective Kelly, who caught it reflexively. As soon as it touched her hands, her perception shifted. I could see it in her eyes, the moment she began to see what I saw. The blood drained from her face as she took in the phantom train, the ghostly passengers, the inhuman conductor now advancing on us both. Run! I shouted, grabbing her arm. We fled from the platform, the conductor's rage-filled howl following us as we ran for the parking lot. Behind us, the phantom train's whistle blew, a sound of pure fury that shook the very air. We reached our cars just as the whistle rose to an impossible pitch, and a blast of cold air knocked us both to the ground. When we looked back, the platform was empty, the train gone, the conductor vanished. For a long moment, we sat there in silence, both trying to process what had happened. Finally, Detective Kelly spoke, her voice shaken but resolute. We need to tear down that station, she said. And you need to destroy those photographs. I nodded, understanding now. The station was a trap, a gateway between worlds that Blackwood had created in his desperation to cover up his role in the crash. And every piece of evidence, every photograph of the station, was a potential ticket for another unsuspecting victim. What about the others? I asked. Jessica? The 7 who disappeared before her? Detective Kelly shook her head, her expression grim. I don't know if we can help them, but we can stop this from happening to anyone else. Within a week, Blackwater Junction was demolished, the remains of the platform and station building bulldozed and buried. I deleted every photograph I had taken of the place and burned the physical prints. Detective Kelly made sure the area was declared hazardous, preventing future explorers from wandering too close. We never spoke publicly about what we had witnessed. Who would believe us? Instead, we focused on ensuring no one else would fall victim to the trap of the forgotten train. But sometimes, on still nights when the moon is full, I find myself waking to the distant sound of a train whistle and the faint, rhythmic clicking of wheels on tracks that shouldn't exist. Click-clack. Click-clack. And I wonder, is it truly over? Or is Thomas Blackwood simply waiting, rebuilding his strength, preparing to issue new tickets for his phantom train? After all, once your name has been written on such a ticket, can it ever truly be erased? Have you ever felt that the reflection staring back at you wasn't quite you? The antique shop nestled between a modern cafe and a bookstore on Elmwood Avenue seemed out of place, like a fragment of the past that refused to yield to the present. I wasn't looking for anything in particular that rainy Tuesday afternoon. My new apartment needed decorating, that's all, something to breathe life into the bare walls that had been my only company since the divorce. The bell above the door jingled as I entered, announcing my presence to whoever might be listening. Dust particles danced in the slanted beams of light that managed to penetrate the grime-covered windows. The air smelled of old books, polished wood, and something else, something vaguely metallic. "Hello?" I called out, my voice absorbed by the cluttered space. Ornate lamps, weathered furniture, and various curios filled every available surface. No answer came. I wandered deeper into the shop, trailing my fingers across the spines of leather-bound books and the intricate carvings on wooden jewelry boxes. That's when I saw it, standing proud against the back wall, partially covered by a faded velvet cloth, a full-length mirror in an ornate silver frame. The craftsmanship was exquisite, twisting vines and flowers etched into the tarnished silver, small figures that might have been fairies or perhaps something less innocent peering out from between the leaves. I reached for the price tag dangling from one corner, $200. Steep, but something about it called to me. "Beautiful piece, isn't it?" The voice startled me. I turned to find an elderly man watching me from behind a cluttered counter. I hadn't noticed him before. Had he been there all along? "It's lovely," I agreed, studying my reflection. The glass was imperfectly clear, with a slight waviness that distorted my image just enough to be noticeable. "Is it very old?" "Victorian. Late 1800s. The old man shuffled closer, his eyes never meeting mine directly. "It has history." "What kind of history?" I asked, suddenly curious. He hesitated, weathered hands fidgeting with the pocket watch chain hanging from his vest. The previous owners claimed it showed them things. Reflections of what was, what could be. Nonsense, of course. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "But some folks are superstitious about old mirrors." "I'm not superstitious," I said, more to myself than to him. "I'll take it." Did his shoulders slump slightly with relief? "Wonderful. I can have it delivered tomorrow if you'd like." As I filled out the delivery form, I felt a subtle chill at the back of my neck. Glancing up, I could have sworn I saw movement in the mirror's reflection, a shadow shifting that shouldn't have been there. But when I turned to look directly, there was nothing. Just my imagination. The mirror arrived the next day, carried in by two delivery men who seemed oddly eager to leave once they positioned it in my bedroom as instructed. I spent that evening rearranging furniture to showcase my new acquisition, finally settling on the wall opposite my bed. That night, I dreamed of corridors lined with mirrors, each reflecting not my face but the face of a woman with dark hair and eyes like wells of ink. She followed me through the reflections, her pale fingers pressed against the glass, lips moving in words I couldn't hear. I woke with a gasp at 3:17 a.m., sweat-soaked sheets tangled around my legs. The bedroom was bathed in moonlight, silver beams highlighting the mirror's frame. I squinted, still half asleep, at what appeared to be a flaw in the glass, a dark spot that hadn't been there before. Curious, I rose from the bed and approached the mirror. The spot seemed to move as I drew closer, expanding like ink in water. Heart pounding, I stopped, watching as the darkness took shape, the silhouette of a woman, her features obscured but her posture unmistakably tense, as if waiting. I blinked, and the image vanished. Nothing but my own pale face stared back at me, eyes wide with fear. "Get a grip, Eleanor," I whispered to myself. "It's just an old mirror and a bad dream." But as I crawled back into bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed in my apartment. A presence, subtle but undeniable, had taken residence alongside me. I pulled the covers up to my chin, unable to look away from the mirror, its silver frame gleaming like bones in the moonlight. And though I told myself it was just a trick of light and shadow, I couldn't dismiss the certainty that someone, was watching me from behind the glass. Morning brought clarity, or so I thought. Sunlight streamed through the curtains I'd forgotten to close, casting warm patterns across the hardwood floor. The mirror looked perfectly ordinary in the daylight, just an elegant antique with a slightly warped reflection. I laughed at my midnight fears as I dressed for work. Overactive imagination, I muttered to myself, applying mascara in the bathroom mirror, a modern, unremarkable thing that reflected only what stood before it. My job at the local library kept me busy enough to forget about strange dreams and shadowy reflections. I cataloged new acquisitions, helped patrons find obscure titles, and led the afternoon children's reading hour. Normal, predictable tasks that grounded me in reality. Yet throughout the day, my thoughts kept drifting back to the antique mirror. Something about its craftsmanship, its history, what had the shop owner meant when he said it showed things. "You seem distracted today," observed my colleague, Richard, as we sorted returns. "Everything okay with the new place?" "Just didn't sleep well," I replied. "Got this antique mirror yesterday. It's beautiful, but..." I trailed off, unsure how to explain without sounding ridiculous. Richard raised an eyebrow. "But..." "Nothing. Just new place jitters." I shelved the history of Victorian architecture with more force than necessary. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, but a growing unease followed me home like a stray dog. As I climbed the stairs to my third-floor apartment, the lights in the hallway flickered briefly. A power surge, nothing more. Yet each step felt heavier than the last. Inside my apartment, everything appeared normal, dishes still in the sink from breakfast, half-read novels splayed open on the coffee table, the mirror standing silent against the bedroom wall. I avoided looking at it directly as I prepared dinner, ate, and settled down with a glass of wine and my book. But as night fell, the mirror's presence seemed to grow, expanding beyond its frame to fill the apartment with watchful silence. Twice I caught myself glancing up, certain I'd seen movement in the periphery of my vision. By 11 o'clock, exhaustion overcame anxiety. I prepared for bed, brushing my teeth while carefully keeping my gaze away from any reflective surface. Childish, perhaps, but something primitive within me whispered caution. Sleep came reluctantly, dragging me down into fractured dreams. A woman in Victorian dress walking through rooms I recognized as my apartment, though transformed, wallpapered in faded florals, furnished with heavy wooden pieces, gas lamps casting yellow light. She moved with purpose, searching for something, her face a blur whenever I tried to focus on it. I jerked awake at 2:43 a.m., my nightgown clinging to my sweat-dampened skin. The room was cold, unnaturally so for early autumn. My breath fogged in the air before me. And the mirror, something was wrong with the mirror. Its surface rippled like disturbed water, the reflection of my bedroom distorted and darkened. But what chilled me to the bone wasn't the impossible movement of solid glass, it was what I saw reflected there. Not my bedroom as it was now, but as it had been perhaps a century ago. Victorian furnishings, faded wallpaper, a large four-poster bed where my modern platform bed should be. And standing before the mirror, her back to me, was a slender woman in a white nightgown, her dark hair cascading down her back. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. This wasn't a dream. The cold air burning my lungs was real. The woman in the mirror was real. As if sensing my awareness, she turned slowly. Her face was beautiful, but hollow with desperation. Dark eyes found mine across the impossible divide between our worlds. Her lips moved, forming words I strained to hear. "Help me." The whispers seemed to emanate not from the mirror but from behind me. I whirled around, heart hammering against my ribs, but my bedroom was empty. When I turned back to the mirror, it showed only my own terrified reflection, the glass once again solid and still. My hands trembled as I fumbled for my phone on the nightstand. The screen's harsh light grounded me somewhat as I searched for information about the shop where I purchased the mirror. Elmwood Antiques. No website, just a few sparse reviews mentioning unique finds and strange old shopkeeper. One review stood out. "Bought a mirror here last year. Had to return it. Bad dreams. Kept seeing things that weren't there." My throat constricted. I scrolled further, finding a news article from 1972 about the shop. Local antique dealer acquires estate of Eleanor Blackwood, reclusive heiress found dead in her home on Maple Street. My address. My street. The phone slipped from my suddenly numb fingers. Eleanor. My name. The same as a woman who had died in this very building decades before I was born. Coincidence. It had to be coincidence. But as the digital clock on my nightstand flipped to 3 a.m., a soft tapping sound began, like fingernails against glass. Though every instinct screamed against it, I raised my eyes to the mirror. The woman stood there again, more solid now, more present. Her hand was pressed against the glass from her side, her expression a mixture of hope and fear. Behind her, I could see the bedroom as it once was, her bedroom, but something was wrong. Shadows gathered in the corners, unnatural and thick, creeping toward her like living things. She was trapped not just behind the mirror, but in a moment of terror. And somehow, impossibly, she needed me to save her. The tapping grew more insistent. My reflection and hers seemed to overlap, our features blending in the ancient glass. For a heartbeat, I wasn't sure which side of the mirror I was on. Then the lights went out, plunging the apartment into perfect darkness. The tapping stopped. And in the silence that followed, I heard breathing that wasn't my own. I didn't go to work the next day. How could I, when my hands wouldn't stop shaking and my eyes burned from a night spent staring at the mirror, afraid to sleep? I called in sick, mumbling something about a stomach bug to my supervisor. The mirror remained still throughout the morning, reflecting nothing but my disheveled appearance and growing paranoia. I considered covering it, even dragging a sheet from my linen closet, but something stopped me, fear that blinding the mirror might anger whatever dwelled within. Around noon, desperate for answers, I returned to Elmwood Antiques. The shop seemed darker than I remembered, the clutter more ominous than quaint. The elderly proprietor emerged from behind a beaded curtain, his expression shifting from welcome to wariness when he recognized me. "The mirror," I said without preamble. Who was Eleanor Blackwood? He paled visibly, gnarled fingers clutching the edge of the counter. "Where did you hear that name?" "Online. She lived in my building. She owned the mirror." I stepped closer, and now I'm seeing her in it. For a long moment, he said nothing, eyes darting to the door as if calculating whether he could reach it before me. Finally, he sighed, shoulders slumping in defeat. "Eleanor Blackwood was a collector of unusual items," he said quietly. "Items with history. Dark history. The mirror was her final acquisition before her death in 1972. What happened to her? They found her in front of the mirror. Heart attack, officially." His voice dropped to a whisper. But the housekeeper who discovered the body said Eleanor's face was frozen in a scream, her hands clawing at the glass as if trying to escape something. Or someone. Cold dread pulled in my stomach. What is it? What's in the mirror? Not in it. Behind it. He rubbed his temples. The mirror doesn't just reflect, it connects. To the past, to other places, to whatever exists on the other side of reflection. That's insane, I said, but without conviction. Mirrors have always been gateways in folklore. Portals between worlds. He pulled out an old leather book from beneath the counter, its pages yellowed and brittle. Eleanor Blackwood believed this mirror was special, created by a silversmith who allegedly made a deal with something not human. He disappeared shortly after completing it. He opened the book to a marked page. A sketch of my mirror stared back at me, alongside handwritten notes and faded ink. The glass serves as threshold. What gazes in may be drawn through. What waits behind may cross over. My mouth went dry. You knew this when you sold it to me. It wasn't a question, but he nodded anyway, shame coloring his features. I've been trying to get rid of it for years. It always comes back. People return it, or they don't return it personally. They die, I finished flatly. Not all of them. Some just go elsewhere. I slammed my hand on the counter, making him flinch. How do I stop it? How do I close the connection? I don't know if you can. His voice was barely audible. Eleanor was trying to when she died. Her research suggests the mirror opens widest at 3 a.m., the dead hour, when the veil between worlds is thinnest. Whatever she saw coming through that night stopped her heart. I left the shop with Eleanor Blackwood's journal, the book he'd shown me, clutched to my chest, his warnings echoing in my ears. Don't look into it at 3. Cover it if you must, but don't break it. Breaking mirrors doesn't end curses, it releases them. Back in my apartment, I spent hours poring over Eleanor's research. Her handwriting grew increasingly erratic as the journal progressed, her observations more disturbing. She described seeing not just her own reflection but echoes of former selves, women who lived and died within these walls, all drawn to the mirror's false promise of escape. Most troubling was her final entry, dated the day before her death. It isn't just a woman I see now. Something shadows her, something that wears darkness like a cloak. It watches me through her eyes sometimes. God help me, I think it's been using her to reach me. To reach this side. Night fell. I covered the mirror with a sheet after all, securing it with duct tape along the edges. Then I waited, Eleanor's journal open beside me, a flashlight gripped in my trembling hand. At 2:50 a.m., the temperature in the room plummeted. Frost formed on the inside of my windows, delicate patterns spreading across the glass like ghostly fingers. The sheet over the mirror began to move, not blown by any breeze, but rippling as if the fabric itself had become liquid. 3 a.m. A voice whispered my name, not from behind the mirror, but directly behind me. I whirled, swinging the flashlight like a weapon, but the beam illuminated only empty space. When I turned back, the sheet had fallen away despite the tape. The mirror's surface undulated like quicksilver, and within its depths, I saw not one woman but many, all with the same dark hair and desperate eyes, all reaching toward me, their mouths open in silent pleas. And behind them, moving between them like smoke between trees, was a darkness deeper than absence of light. It had form but no fixed shape, its edges bleeding into the surrounding reflections. It seemed to absorb the women as it passed them, their figures distorting and fading. I should have run. Every rational thought screamed at me to flee the apartment, to never return. But as the darkness consumed the last of the women, one figure remained, the woman I'd come to recognize as Eleanor Blackwood. Her eyes locked with mine, and in them I saw not just fear but recognition and grim resolve. She pressed her palm against the glass from her side. The surface bulged outward, the silver frame creaking with strain. Reality itself seemed to stretch as her hand began to emerge from the mirror, no longer a reflection but solid flesh pushing through the boundary between worlds. The darkness surged toward her, sensing her escape. Without thinking, I lunged forward and grasped her outstretched hand. Her skin was ice cold but undeniably real. I pulled with all my strength as the darkness engulfed her from behind. She came through in a rush, collapsing against me, her body shockingly substantial. We fell to the floor together as the mirror's surface sealed itself with a sound like cracking ice. The glass now reflected only our huddled forms on the bedroom floor, a woman in modern pajamas and another in a Victorian nightgown, both staring in horror at what hung on the wall. For a moment, the room was silent except for our ragged breathing. Then Eleanor Blackwood, a woman who had died decades ago or who perhaps had never died at all, turned to me with eyes full of ancient terror. "It's still there," she whispered. "And now it knows the way through." As if in response, the darkness reappeared in the mirror's depths, no longer confined to another time or place. It pressed against the glass from the other side, its formless mass taking on features, the suggestion of eyes, the impression of grasping limbs. The glass began to crack. "We need to leave. Now." Eleanor's voice was stronger than I expected, her grip on my arm surprisingly firm as she pulled me to my feet. The mirror's surface continued to fracture, hairline cracks spreading outward from the center like a spider web. "What is that thing?" I gasped, unable to tear my eyes away from the darkness pulsing behind the breaking glass. "It has no name in your language. Or mine." She was already dragging me toward the bedroom door. "It exists in the spaces between reflections, feeding on souls caught in the mirror's trap." We stumbled into the living room just as a sound like shattering crystal erupted from the bedroom, the mirror breaking, the barrier falling. The temperature throughout the apartment dropped so rapidly that our breath crystallized in the air before us. "The front door," I urged, pulling her toward it, but Eleanor shook her head. "It won't help. Physical distance means nothing to it." Her eyes darted around the room, landing on my laptop open on the coffee table. "What year is this?" 2025, I answered automatically. A bitter laugh escaped her. 53 years. I've been trapped for 53 years while it fed on me, keeping just enough of my soul intact to lure others. Her gaze hardened. "We can't run. We have to close the gateway." From the bedroom came a sound like wet fabric dragging across the floor, something moving, approaching. "Ow!" My voice was barely a whisper. Eleanor's eyes met mine, and I saw in them a terrible certainty. The mirror creates the passage. Without it, we break it, I finished. "No." Her voice was sharp. "Breaking the mirror frees whatever is caught within. We must unmake it. Return it to its component elements." My mind raced. Acid? Fire? Silver and glass, bound by blood and intention. Eleanor moved to the window, peering out at the night. The silversmith who created it used his own blood in the casting. Only blood of the same lineage can undo it. A chill that had nothing to do with the supernatural cold ran through me. "Eleanor, my full name is Eleanor Reed." I swallowed hard. My grandmother's maiden name was Blackwood. Her eyes widened. "That's why I called to you. Why you could see me when others saw only themselves. She grasped my shoulders. It's been waiting for you, for the bloodline to return. Before I could respond, the lights throughout the apartment flickered violently. The darkness that had emerged from the mirror oozed into the living room, not walking but flowing, a liquid shadow that absorbed all light it touched. Where it passed, frost formed on the walls and furniture. It had no face, but somehow I knew it was looking at me. At us. Two versions of the same soul, separated by time but connected by blood and fate. We need salt, Eleanor said urgently. And fire. I ran to the kitchen, yanking open cabinets while keeping one eye on the advancing darkness. It moved slowly, almost curiously, as if savoring our fear. I found a container of table salt and grabbed a lighter from the drawer. What now? I called to Eleanor, who was backing away from the entity, herding it away from the front door. Circle of salt around us. The lighter to my hand. Her voice was calm but tight with strain. And your blood freely given. I didn't question her. Whatever knowledge she had acquired during her decades trapped behind the mirror, I had to trust it. I poured salt in a hasty circle around us both, then flicked the lighter and handed it to her. The darkness paused at the salt line, rippling like disturbed water. A sound emanated from it, not quite a hiss, not quite a howl, but something terrible that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. Your hand, Eleanor commanded. I extended my palm toward her. Without hesitation, she used the lighter's metal edge to slice a shallow cut across my skin. Blood welled up, bright red in the flickering light. Repeat after me, she instructed, taking my bleeding hand in hers. Blood of my blood, I break the chain. Blood of my blood, I break the chain, I echoed, my voice steadier than I felt. The darkness surged against the salt circle, eroding it grain by grain. The air pressure in the room dropped suddenly, my ears popping painfully. I reclaim what was taken and release what remains, Eleanor continued, raising our joined hands. I reclaim what was taken and release what remains. As I spoke, the cut on my palm burned like acid. By my will and my blood, the gateway closes. I repeated the words just as the salt circle failed. The darkness rushed in, engulfing us both in numbing cold. I couldn't see, couldn't breathe, only feel Eleanor's hand still gripping mine and hear her voice continuing the incantation, words in a language I didn't recognize but somehow understood. A high-pitched keening filled the apartment, rising in intensity until I feared my eardrums would rupture. Through the darkness, I saw a glow emanating from the bedroom, the mirror's frame shining with white-hot light. Eleanor pulled me toward it, our joined hands extended before us. The darkness clung to us, trying to hold us back, but with each step it seemed to thin, becoming less substantial. We reached the mirror, or what remained of it. The glass was completely shattered, the pieces hovering in the air like suspended raindrops. The silver frame glowed with unnatural fire. You must choose, Eleanor's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. One must go back. One must go forward. The mirror demands balance. I don't understand, I cried out. Her face appeared before me, no longer solid but composed of light and shadow. I've been holding it at bay for decades, keeping it from fully crossing over. But I'm tired, Eleanor. So tired. Understanding dawned, terrible and clear. You want me to take your place. Not behind the mirror, she said softly. Beyond it. Where I came from originally. Before the mirror trapped me between worlds. And you'll stay here? In my time? Someone must close the door from this side. blood of the bloodline, freely given. The darkness writhed around us, fighting against some invisible force pulling it back toward the mirror's empty frame. I felt it too, a powerful suction drawing us both toward the gateway. I had seconds to decide. To trust this woman who was somehow both stranger and ancestor. To believe that what waited beyond the mirror wasn't another trap. How do I know you're telling the truth? I gasped. Eleanor's luminous form smiled sadly. You don't. But you feel it, don't you? The rightness. The balance being restored. I did feel it, a deep recognition that transcended logic. Our hands, still joined, began to glow with the same light as the mirror's frame. Your blood or mine, she whispered. But blood freely given. The darkness made one final assault, wrapping around my legs like chains of ice. Eleanor's form began to solidify as mine became translucent. I made my choice. Take my place, I told her. Close the door. In this. With those words, I released her hand and stepped backward into the empty frame where the mirror had been. The sensation was like plunging into freezing water, a moment of absolute agony followed by profound calm. I saw Eleanor reach out, her now solid fingers smearing my blood across the mirror's frame. The silver began to melt, running like mercury down the wall. The darkness screamed as it was pulled back through the failing gateway, dragging me with it into the endless void beyond. The last thing I saw was Eleanor, now fully substantial, now fully in my world, completing the ritual with tears streaming down her face. Thank you, she mouthed as reality folded around me. Then there was only darkness, and falling, and the sensation that I was traveling very fast towards somewhere very far away. Light broke through the darkness, not the harsh electric light of my apartment but the soft glow of gas lamps. I was lying on a hardwood floor, my body solid again, breath burning in my lungs. I sat up slowly, head spinning with the effort. The room around me was familiar yet strange, my bedroom, but not as I had known it. Victorian furnishings, faded floral wallpaper, a four-poster bed draped in velvet. The same room I had glimpsed through the mirror. And there, hanging on the wall where my mirror had been, was nothing. Just a lighter rectangle on the wallpaper marking where something large had once hung. I staggered to my feet, taking in my surroundings with growing comprehension. I hadn't just traveled through the mirror, I had traveled through time. This was my apartment building in the late 1800s when it was still a private residence. Eleanor Blackwood's home. But not my Eleanor, not the woman I had pulled from the mirror. This was her home before she acquired the cursed object, before she became trapped between worlds. I found clothing in the wardrobe, dresses and undergarments that belonged to another era. They fit perfectly, as if made for me. In a sense, perhaps they were. Blood of my blood. The same woman, separated by generations. Days passed as I adjusted to my new reality. I discovered papers identifying me as Eleanor Blackwood, heiress to a modest fortune and owner of this house. Servants came and went, treating me with deference. None seemed to notice anything amiss, as if I had always been here. I found a journal in the desk drawer, empty except for a single entry dated 3 days prior. The silversmith contacted me today about an unusual mirror. Says it's perfect for my collection. I shall examine it tomorrow. I burned the note and the silversmith's card I found with it. Whatever timeline I had entered, I would not repeat Eleanor's mistake. The mirror would never enter this house. As weeks turned to months, I settled into the rhythm of 19th century life. The strangeness of my situation never fully abated, but I found a certain peace in the slower pace, the absence of modern anxieties. I made inquiries about the silversmith, learning he had disappeared under mysterious circumstances shortly after contacting me, or rather, the original Eleanor. I wondered often about the Eleanor who had taken my place in the future. Had she succeeded in destroying the mirror completely? Had the entity been banished back to whatever dark realm it called home? I would never know, but I chose to believe she had succeeded. The alternative was too terrible to contemplate. 1 year after my transition through the mirror, I received a letter. The handwriting on the envelope made my heart stop. It was my own, yet not my own. Eleanor's hand. With trembling fingers, I broke the seal and unfolded the yellow paper. My dearest Eleanor, if you are reading this, then our exchange was successful. The mirror is no more, reduced to base elements, its power broken. The entity that dwelled behind it has been banished to the void between worlds, where it can no longer prey upon our bloodline. I write this letter in your time, knowing it will be delivered to you in mine. Time, it seems, is more fluid than either of us realized. While you live my past, I live your future, a future brighter than the half-existence I endured in the mirror's realm. Do not seek out the mirror in your new time. Its creation cannot be prevented. The forces that brought it into being are beyond our understanding. But its path has been diverted. It will never find its way to you now. Live well, Eleanor. Live the life that was stolen from me by curiosity and dark magic. And know that here, in what was once your time, I honor your sacrifice by living fully in the world you left behind. Blood of my blood, bound by choice rather than curse. Eleanor. P.S. Look behind the painting in the study. I left something there for you before we exchanged places, a gift across time. Heart racing, I went immediately to the study. The painting she mentioned, a landscape of mountains and lakes, hung over the fireplace. I carefully removed it from the wall, revealing a small alcove carved into the plaster. Inside lay a daguerreotype photograph in an ornate silver frame, not the cursed silver of the mirror, but normal, non-magical metal. The photograph showed a woman in modern clothing, smiling at the camera, standing in front of my apartment building as it would look 150 years in the future. Eleanor. Me. Us. On the back of the frame, a single line was inscribed, "Reflections can show truth as well as lies." I returned to the window, clutching the photograph. Outside, gas lamps were being lit along the street as dusk fell. My reflection in the window pane was faint but clear, dark hair, features much like those in the photograph, eyes that had seen more than one lifetime. For a moment, I thought I saw something shift in the glass, a shadow moving where no shadow should be. My heart lurched painfully. But it was only a bird flying past outside, its silhouette distorted by the imperfect glass. I smiled at my nervous reaction. Some fears, it seemed, transcended time and reason. I would probably never feel entirely comfortable with mirrors again, a small price to pay for survival. As I turned away from the window, I caught one final glimpse of my reflection. For the briefest moment, it seemed to move independently, lips curving into a smile that wasn't quite mine. Then it was gone, leaving only my own startled face staring back at me. Just my imagination, wasn't it? Have you ever felt that the darkness was watching you? The first time I noticed them was on a Tuesday night in late October. The city had been unusually quiet that evening, the kind of stillness that feels like the world is holding its breath. My apartment on the 23rd floor gave me a panoramic view of the metropolis, lights twinkling like earthbound stars against the urban sprawl. I'd lived there for 3 years, working as a freelance graphic designer, and had grown accustomed to the constant hum of traffic below, the distant sirens, the occasional shouts from pedestrians making their way home after bar close. That night, I was working late on a deadline project, the blue light of my monitor casting ghostly shadows across my living room. The clock on my wall read 2:17 in the morning when I first felt that peculiar sensation, a prickling at the nape of my neck, like spider legs crawling across my skin. I rolled my shoulders, trying to dismiss it as nothing more than fatigue. But the feeling persisted. Rising from my desk, I walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows that were both the apartment's greatest feature and its greatest curse. The heating bill in winter was astronomical, but the view made it worth every penny. Or it had, until that moment. The city skyline was as it always was, a jagged silhouette of skyscrapers and office buildings, punctuated by the red warning lights for aircraft. But against the night sky, something was different. At first, I couldn't quite place what had changed. Then I saw it, dark patches hovering against the already dark sky, like holes in reality itself. What the hell? I whispered, my breath fogging slightly against the glass. The patches weren't stationary. They seemed to pulse and shift, expanding and contracting like the pupils of some vast, invisible eye. I squinted, trying to make out any definitive shape, but they remained amorphous, defying classification. I rubbed my eyes. Surely this was just exhaustion, an overactive imagination fueled by too much coffee and too little sleep. When I looked again, they would be gone. But when I opened my eyes, the dark patches remained. And now, there seemed to be more of them. I backed away from the window, my heart rate accelerating. The logical part of my brain scrambled for explanations, unusual cloud formations, pollution, a migraine aura, but none of these explanations satisfied what I was seeing. My phone buzzed on the desk, startling me so badly I nearly tripped over my own feet. It was a text from Alex, my closest friend in the building, who lived 3 floors below. You seen this weird shit in the sky? My blood ran cold. It wasn't just me. I typed back with trembling fingers, dark patches? Moving? The ellipsis appeared, disappeared, and then, yes. What the fuck are they? I returned to the window, forcing myself to look again. The dark patches had grown larger, more numerous. Some had coalesced into larger forms that seemed to hover directly over particular buildings. And one, the largest, was drifting slowly, purposefully, toward my building. The city's sounds had diminished to absolute silence. No cars, no distant conversations, no hum of air conditioning units. Just a heavy, oppressive quiet that seemed to press against my eardrums. As I watched, frozen, the dark mass approaching my building seemed to notice me. There was no face, no eyes that I could discern, but I felt seen in a way I never had before. Observed. Catalogued. Judged. I yanked the curtains closed with such force that the rod rattled. My breathing came in shallow gasps as I backed away, stumbling into my couch. My phone buzzed again. They're getting closer. Do you feel that? Like they're watching us? I couldn't bring myself to respond. Instead, I sat in the dark of my living room, the only light coming from my abandoned computer screen, where my work, so important just minutes ago, now seemed utterly meaningless. Outside, beyond the thin barrier of my curtains, I could feel the presence growing stronger. The silence deepened until I could hear the blood rushing in my ears, the frantic beating of my heart. And then, a sound, so subtle I might have imagined it. A soft scratching against the glass of my windows, like fingernails seeking entrance. I didn't sleep that night. Or the next. And when the dawn finally came, banishing the strange shadows from the sky. I told myself it had been a hallucination, a shared one, perhaps, but nothing more. But deep down, I knew they would be back when darkness fell again. And somehow, I knew they would be closer. The next 3 days passed in a blur of anxiety and insufficient sleep. During daylight hours, the sky remained normal, a pale blue canvas occasionally dotted with clouds. I found myself staring upward constantly, searching for any hint of the dark anomalies that had appeared that first night. My work suffered. Clients called, wondering about missed deadlines. I mumbled excuses about a flu, about technical difficulties, about anything but the truth. Who would believe me? Only Alex and I spoke about what we'd seen, exchanging texts throughout those days. Did you notice they were positioned mostly above residential buildings? He wrote on the second day. I hadn't noticed that, but once he mentioned it, I couldn't unsee the pattern. In my mind's eye, I could recall their positions, hovering above apartments, condos, houses in the distance. Places where people lived. Places where people slept. By the third night, the phenomenon had made it to local social media. People posting grainy phone videos, mostly dismissed as weather anomalies or light pollution tricks. A few conspiracy theorists ranted about government experiments or alien observation posts. Everyone had a theory. No one had answers. I'd taken to sleeping during the day and staying awake at night, watching from behind my curtains. The shadows returned each evening, earlier as the sun set sooner. They were more numerous now, and seemed more organized. They moved with purpose, drifting from building to building, lingering over some, passing quickly over others. On the fourth night, I noticed another pattern. The buildings where the shadows lingered longest were the ones where, the following day, ambulances would appear. 3 times I watched this happen, a shadow hovering for hours over a building, and by morning, emergency lights flashing below. It's correlated with medical emergencies, I texted Alex. Correlation isn't causation, he replied, ever the scientist. He worked as a data analyst for a healthcare company. But I've noticed the same thing. Something else weird, these aren't normal medical calls. They're all psychiatric episodes. My blood went cold. How do you know that? I have access to the city's emergency dispatch codes. These are all coded as acute anxiety attacks, paranoid episodes, or attempted suicides. I paced my apartment, the implications too terrible to fully comprehend. Were these shadows causing mental breakdowns? Or were they somehow attracted to psychological distress, like vultures circling dying animals? On the 5th night, I decided I needed to document what was happening more systematically. I set up my digital camera on a tripod facing the window, programmed to take 1 photo every minute throughout the night. I left the curtains open just enough for the lens to capture the view, but not enough for me to feel exposed. The shadows appeared as usual, forming their now familiar patterns across the night sky. I forced myself to stay in the bedroom, away from the windows, attempting to get some sleep while my camera gathered evidence. Around 3 in the morning, I was jolted awake by a sound I couldn't immediately identify, a low, vibrating hum that seemed to resonate through the very walls of my apartment. It was both sound and not sound, felt more than heard, like standing next to a massive subwoofer playing a note too deep for human ears. The hum intensified, and with it came a pressure in my head, as if the air itself had suddenly become dense. My ears popped painfully. Fighting every instinct that screamed at me to hide, I forced myself out of bed and into the living room. The camera was still there, still taking photos, but the lens was now pointed directly upward at the ceiling. Someone or something had moved it. And the curtains were fully open. Outside my window, pressed against the glass, was the largest shadow I'd yet seen. It wasn't simply a dark patch against the night sky anymore. It had formed a constantly shifting, rippling form that seemed composed of thousands of smaller shadows, all moving in unison like a murmuration of starlings. And in the center of this mass was something like a face, not human, not animal, but a suggestion of features that shifted and reformed even as I tried to comprehend them. The pressure in my head increased until I could barely remain standing. The hum grew louder, resolving into something almost like words, not heard but somehow understood, bypassing my ears entirely to vibrate directly in my mind. "We see you watching us." I stumbled backward, knocking over a floor lamp that shattered against the hardwood. The shadow thing pressed closer against the glass, spreading outward like ink in water until it covered the entire window. "We have always been watching. Now you see us too." My phone buzzed violently on the coffee table. "Alex, they're inside the building." Before I could process this, my apartment door shook with 3 heavy knocks. The shadow at my window pulsed in time with each impact. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice barely a whisper. No answer, but another series of knocks, harder this time. I approached the door on trembling legs and looked through the peephole. The hallway was dark, but I could make out a figure standing there, a neighbor from down the hall, Raymond, an older man who lived alone. He was standing perfectly still, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. "Raymond? Is everything okay?" His head snapped up, his eyes meeting mine through the peephole with such sudden intensity that I jerked backward. His pupils were fully dilated, black consuming the iris entirely. "They want to come in," Raymond said, his voice flat and wrong. "They've been patient. They've been watching for so long." The shadow at my window pulsed again, and the pressure in my head became almost unbearable. "Let us in. We have so much to show you." Raymond began pounding on the door again, no longer knocking but slamming his fist with inhuman strength. "Let them in. Let them in. Let them in." The door frame began to splinter. I ran to the bathroom, the only room without windows, and locked the door, sliding down against it as the pounding on my apartment door grew louder, now joined by Raymond's manic laughter. My phone buzzed again. "They've taken control of people in the building. Don't let anyone in. I'm barricaded in my bathroom. They're trying to break down my door." I texted back, "Same here. What do they want?" The reply came seconds later, "I think they've always been here. Watching us. Studying us. But something's changed. They don't just want to watch anymore." Outside the bathroom, I heard my apartment door finally give way, the sound of splintering wood followed by Raymond's shuffling footsteps. "They're coming for you," Raymond's voice called out, "closer now. They're coming for all of us." The bathroom doorknob began to turn. I braced myself against the bathroom door as the handle rattled violently. Raymond's strength seemed superhuman as the door shook on its hinges. "I know you're in there," he called, his voice simultaneously familiar and alien. "They just want to talk to you. They've been so patient." "Raymond," I shouted back, "this isn't you. Whatever these things are, they're controlling you somehow." His only response was a hollow laugh that echoed through the apartment. The pounding stopped abruptly, and in the sudden silence, I could hear him walking away from the door. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. A new sound emerged, the scrape of metal against metal. What was he doing out there? My phone vibrated in my pocket. "Alex, are you okay?" I typed frantically. "They've stopped trying to break in," came the reply. "But I can hear them in my apartment, moving things around. What the hell is happening?" Before I could respond, I heard Raymond returning to the bathroom door. Then came a new sound, the subtle hiss of gas. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Raymond had turned on all the gas burners in my kitchen. "He's trying to smoke me out," I texted Alex. "Same here. Someone's turned on my gas. We can't stay in our apartments." My mind raced through options, each more desperate than the last. The bathroom had a small window that opened to an air shaft, too small for me to fit through, but maybe I could signal someone for help. I stood on the edge of the bathtub and pushed the window open. The night air rushed in, cool against my face, carrying with it that same vibrating hum I'd felt earlier. Looking up the air shaft, I could see the dark patches swirling above the building, more numerous than ever. Below, the air shaft descended into darkness. From somewhere down there, I heard screaming, not one voice but many, a chorus of terror that rose up the shaft like heat from a furnace. The gas smell was getting stronger. I couldn't stay here much longer. "I'm going to try to make it to the emergency stairs," I texted Alex. "If these things are controlling people, maybe not everyone is affected yet. Be careful. I'm going to try the same." "Meet at the garage level?" "Yes." 10 minutes. I took a deep breath and flung the bathroom door open. Raymond was nowhere to be seen, but the apartment was filled with the smell of gas. The front door hung open, splintered around the lock. Moving as quietly as possible, I grabbed my keys, phone, and wallet, then stepped into the hallway. The corridor was transformed. All the lights were out except for the emergency exit signs, which cast a sickly red glow over everything. Dark patches clung to the ceiling, not like shadows cast by objects, but like holes in reality, the same phenomenon I'd seen in the sky, now inside the building. Worse, they were moving, sliding along the ceiling in rippling patterns, occasionally dropping tendrils down the walls that wavered like seaweed in a current. From apartments up and down the hall came sounds of conflict, shouting, breaking glass, thumping impacts. How many residents were under the shadow's control? How many were fighting back or hiding, as I had been? The elevator bank was at the far end of the corridor, with the emergency stairs just beyond. I would have to walk directly beneath the largest concentration of shadows to reach safety. Taking a deep breath, I pressed myself against the wall and began moving, trying to stay in the dimmest areas of the already dark hallway. I made it halfway before I heard a door open behind me. Risking a glance back, I saw Mrs. Chen from apartment 2312 step into the hall. Like Raymond, she moved strangely, her normally fluid grace replaced by jerky, puppet-like motions. Her head turned toward me with mechanical precision, and her eyes, like Raymond's, were completely black. "They're hungry," she said, her voice flat. "They've been watching us for so long. Learning us. Now they're ready." I broke into a run as Mrs. Chen lurched forward. Behind her, more doors opened. More neighbors emerged, all moving with that same unnatural gait, all with those same black eyes. The shadows on the ceiling seemed to pulse with excitement, tendrils reaching down further as I passed beneath them. "We see you. We know you. We are coming for you." The thoughts weren't mine, but they bloomed in my mind like ink drops in water. I reached the stairwell door and yanked it open, throwing myself through and pulling it shut behind me. There was no way to lock it from this side. The emergency stairs were concrete and steel, industrial and usually well lit. Now, they were nearly pitch black, the emergency lights flickering weakly. I began descending as quickly as I dared in the low light, the metal handrail cold beneath my sweating palm. Behind me, the door I'd just come through burst open. Footsteps, many footsteps, began to follow. My phone buzzed. "Where are you?" Alex had texted. "I'm on the stairs between the 15th and 14th floors. The shadows are everywhere. I'm at 21st floor, coming down. Being followed. Be careful." I quickened my pace, taking the steps 2 at a time now, risking a fall in exchange for speed. The footsteps behind me were gaining. Whoever was following me wasn't concerned with safety. As I rounded the landing between the 19th and 18th floors, I nearly collided with a figure coming up the stairs. I recoiled, expecting another black-eyed neighbor, but instead found myself face to face with Melissa, a young woman from the 18th floor whom I'd spoken with occasionally in the laundry room. Her eyes were normal, terrified, but normal. "Oh, thank God," she gasped. I thought I was the only one left. These things, they've taken over almost everyone on my floor. "We need to keep moving," I said, glancing nervously up the stairs where the footsteps were growing louder. "My friend Alex is waiting below. We're trying to get to the garage." Melissa nodded and fell in behind me as we continued our descent. The stairwell grew darker with each floor, the emergency lights failing completely in some sections, forcing us to use our phone flashlights to see the steps. And with the darkness came the shadows, not just clinging to the ceiling now, but forming on the walls, the floor, sliding over every surface like living oil slicks. "Where are they?" Melissa whispered as we paused at a landing to catch our breath. "I don't know," I admitted. "They appeared in the sky a few nights ago. Now they're inside. And they're controlling people somehow." We had reached the 16th floor when the door to that level burst open. Raymond stood there, his black eyes reflecting our flashlight beams like a cat's. "Found you," he said, grinning with too many teeth. We turned to run back up, but the stairwell above was now filled with neighbors descending toward us, Mrs. Chin in the lead, followed by at least a dozen others, all moving with that same jerky gait, all with those same obsidian eyes. "The only way is down," I hissed, grabbing Melissa's arm and pulling her past Raymond, who lunged for us but was too slow. We raced down the stairs, the pursuing footsteps now a thundering cascade behind us. At the 15th floor landing, Alex was waiting, his face pale with fear. "Jesus, it's getting worse," he said as we approached. "The shadows, they're not just controlling people. Look." He pointed his flashlight at the wall beside him. What I had taken for normal shadows cast by the stair railings were moving independently, forming shapes that almost resembled human silhouettes. And as we watched, one of these shadow figures peeled itself from the wall entirely, stepping into three-dimensional space as a humanoid shape composed entirely of churning darkness. It had no features, just a suggestion of a head atop a vaguely human form. It stood motionless for a moment, as if orienting itself, then turned toward us. "Run," Alex whispered. "Run." We bolted down the stairs, the shadow figure gliding after us with uncanny speed, not running but flowing down the steps like water. Above, the controlled neighbors continued their pursuit, their footsteps a chaotic drumbeat. The shadow figure moved faster than we could, cutting off our path at the next landing. We pressed ourselves against the wall as it approached, its form rippling and shifting as it drew nearer. A tendril extended from its mass, reaching toward my face. I turned away, but there was nowhere to go. The touch, when it came, was cold, colder than ice, colder than anything I'd ever felt. It was the cold of deep space, of absolute zero, of death itself. And with that touch came visions, flashes of the city from above, streams of people flowing like ants, buildings rising and falling over decades compressed into seconds. I saw myself, my apartment, my life laid bare from 1,000 watching eyes. We have always been here. We have always been watching. Now we want more. The shadow figure's tendril withdrew, and I collapsed to my knees, gasping as if I'd been underwater. What the hell was that? Alex demanded, helping me up. I couldn't find words to explain the violation I'd just experienced, the sense of being known, completely and utterly, by something that had been observing humanity since before I was born. The shadow figure seemed to lose interest in me, turning its attention to Melissa. Another tendril extended. No! I shouted, lunging forward to push her out of the way. The tendril caught me instead, this time wrapping around my wrist. The cold burned, and more visions flooded my mind, but different now. Not observations, but intentions. I saw the shadows spreading across the city, across the country, across the world. I saw people with black eyes walking like puppets. I saw shadow figures peeling themselves from every dark corner until they outnumbered humans. And I saw what they wanted, not just to watch us anymore, but to wear us like suits, to experience physical sensation through our bodies, to taste and touch and feel what they had only been able to observe. The shadow released me, and I stumbled backward into Alex's arms. "We need to go," I gasped. Now. The controlled neighbors had nearly reached our landing. The shadow figures seemed to be communicating with them somehow, directing them. "This way," Melissa said, pointing to the 14th floor door. "We can cut through and take the service elevator to the garage." With no better options, we followed her through the door and into yet another darkened hallway. The 14th floor was in chaos, doors hanging open, furniture overturned, the walls smeared with what looked horribly like blood in the beam of our flashlights. The shadows were everywhere here, covering the ceiling completely, dripping down the walls, pooling on the floor. More shadow figures were forming, peeling themselves free from the flat surfaces to take three-dimensional shape. We ran, dodging around abandoned luggage and broken furniture, following Melissa, who seemed to know where she was going. Behind us, the stairwell door burst open as our pursuers caught up. Almost there, Melissa called over her shoulder. "The service corridor is just ahead." We rounded a corner and found ourselves facing a dead end, a blank wall where a hallway should have been. "This doesn't make sense," Melissa said, her voice rising in panic. "The service elevator should be right here." Alex's flashlight beam played over the wall, revealing a strange sight. The wallpaper was rippling, as if something behind it was moving. "The building," I whispered in horror. "They're changing the building." As if confirming my words, the wall before us seemed to melt, the surface flowing like wax until it formed a new shape, a door, but not like any door in the building. This was ornate, ancient-looking, carved with symbols that hurt my eyes to look at directly. Behind us, the controlled neighbors had caught up, blocking our retreat. They formed a semicircle, standing unnaturally still, their black eyes fixed on us. "What now?" Alex whispered. The ornate door swung open of its own accord, revealing not a room beyond, but a swirling vortex of shadow. Raymond stepped forward from the group of neighbors, his movements smoother now, almost graceful. "They're offering you a choice," he said, his voice resonant in a way it hadn't been before. "Join us willingly and experience wonders beyond human comprehension. Resist and be taken anyway." The shadow figures were all around us now, dozens of them, formed from the darkness that covered every surface. "Choose," they seemed to say, though no words were spoken. "Choose now." I looked at Alex and Melissa, saw my own terror reflected in their eyes. The ornate door stood open before us, the shadows behind our only other option. With no way back, we had only one direction to go. Forward, into darkness. The ornate door loomed before us, its swirling vortex of shadow neither inviting nor repelling, simply existing, waiting for our decision. "We can't go in there," Melissa whispered, her voice barely audible over the strange humming that filled the corridor. "Do we have a choice?" Alex replied, his eyes darting between the door and the wall of possessed neighbors behind us, their black eyes unblinking, patient. I studied the door more carefully now, noticing details I missed in my initial panic. The carvings that decorated its surface were random patterns but intricate scenes, cities viewed from above, human figures observed from towering heights, eyes watching from clouds and stars. It was a history, I realized with growing horror, of how long these shadow entities had been observing humanity. Raymond stepped forward again, moving with that uncanny smoothness that suggested something else was pulling his strings. "They've watched us build civilization," he said, his voice still carrying that resonant quality that wasn't his own. "They've witnessed every triumph, every atrocity. They've seen what we're capable of, both wonderful and terrible. Now they want to experience it themselves." "Why?" I demanded, surprising myself with my boldness. "Why now? If they've been watching for so long, what changed?" Raymond's head tilted at an unnatural angle, as if listening to a voice we couldn't hear. Then he smiled, a grotesque stretching of lips that revealed too many teeth. "You happened," he said, pointing directly at me. "You saw them first. You acknowledged them. For millennia, humans have ignored the shadows, explained them away, refused to see what was right above them. But you saw them clearly. You recognized them as conscious. You opened a door." My blood ran cold as his words sank in. Was this my fault? Had my recognition somehow empowered these entities, given them a way into our world? "That's ridiculous," Alex snapped, stepping protectively in front of me. "These things have obviously been planning this for a long time." Raymond shrugged, the gesture too fluid, too calculated to be human. The watcher and the watched exist in relationship. Change one, change both. His black eyes fixed on me again. You changed the relationship. Now they can do more than watch. The shadow figures around us seemed to pulse with excitement, their forms rippling like flags in a strong wind. One glided forward, its featureless face inches from mine. "Show us what it's like," it seemed to say directly into my mind. "Show us how to feel." "Don't listen to them," Melissa urged, gripping my arm. "They're trying to manipulate you." She was right, of course. And yet, there was something compelling about their offer, about being the one to introduce these ancient observers to human experience. A terrible honor, but an honor nonetheless. The shadow figure extended a tendril toward my face again, but I stepped back, avoiding its touch. "If you've been watching us for so long," I said, addressing the shadow directly, "then you know we don't respond well to being controlled or threatened." The shadow figure paused, its form undulating slightly as if considering my words. "They don't understand resistance," Raymond said. "They've never encountered it. For them, to observe is to possess, to know is to own. They cannot comprehend why you would deny them." "Then they have a lot to learn about humanity," Alex said grimly. The shadow figure suddenly expanded, growing larger until it towered over us, its form blocking out the emergency lights and plunging the corridor into near total darkness. When Raymond spoke again, his voice had changed, deeper, older, layered with multiple tones speaking in unison. "We have learned enough. the voice boomed through Raymond's mouth. We know your weaknesses, your fears, your desires. We know how easily your minds break when faced with the unknown. As if to demonstrate, the walls around us began to shift and distort, the flat surfaces bulging outward in impossible geometries. The floor beneath our feet turned soft and yielding, like walking on flesh rather than carpet. The ceiling stretched upward into infinite darkness, the boundaries of the building dissolving. My mind struggled to process what my eyes were seeing. Reality itself seemed to be breaking down around us, the familiar structure of the apartment building morphing into something from a nightmare. They're trying to drive us mad, Melissa gasped, her hands over her eyes. Don't look at it. But it was impossible not to look. The corridor had become a writhing tunnel of shadow stuff, the walls pulsing like a heart, the floor undulating beneath our feet. The controlled neighbors were changing too, their bodies elongating, their features melting and reforming into approximations of human faces. My sanity began to fray at the edges as I watched Raymond's body stretch like taffy, his limbs extending to impossible lengths, his face splitting into a grin that literally wrapped around his head. I felt a scream building in my throat, the pressure of it choking me. Then Alex's hand found mine, his grip firm, anchoring me to reality. Remember who you are, he hissed. Remember what's real. They can only affect us if we believe what they're showing us. He was right. These shadows operated by making us doubt our senses, by showing us impossible things until our minds broke trying to rationalize them. But if we held on to what we knew was real. I squeezed Alex's hand back and reached for Melissa with my other hand. She grasped it gratefully, her fingers trembling but strong. They feed on fear, I said, understanding blooming even as I spoke. That's why they're showing us these things. That's why they've been hovering over buildings where people have psychiatric episodes. They're harvesting our terror. The shadow figures seemed to recoil slightly, their forms becoming less solid, more diffuse. Ignore what they're showing us, I continued, my voice growing stronger. Focus on what we know is real. The building, the floor beneath us, each other. Melissa nodded, closing her eyes and taking deep breaths. Alex squared his shoulders, his jaw set with determination. As we focused, the impossible geometries around us began to stabilize. The walls solidified, the floor firmed beneath our feet. Reality reasserted itself, at least partially. The shadow figures, however, didn't retreat. If anything, they seemed intrigued by our resistance, gathering closer, their forms shifting more rapidly now. Interesting, came the thought in my mind. We have not encountered this before. You've never encountered humans who fought back, I said aloud. We have observed human resistance. Wars. Revolutions. Individual acts of defiance. But never resistance to us. We have always been unseen, unknown. Until you. There was something almost like respect in the mental voice now, a new emotion for these ancient watchers. The ornate door still stood open behind us, its swirling vortex now less chaotic, more structured, almost inviting. What's through there? I asked, nodding toward the door. Raymond, his body back to normal dimensions now, smiled that too wide smile again. Understanding. Knowledge. The collected observations of 10,000 years. Would you like to see? It was a trap. It had to be. And yet, curiosity burned within me. What had these shadows seen throughout human history? What knowledge could they possess? Don't, Melissa warned, seeing my expression. That's how they lure you in. but Alex was looking at the door with the same curiosity I felt. "What if there's a way to stop them in there?" he murmured. "What if we could learn how to fight them on their own ground?" The shadow figures pulsed with what seemed like anticipation. "Enter," they urged. "See what we have seen." "This is crazy," Melissa said, but I could hear the wavering in her voice. She was curious too. I took a step toward the door, pulling Alex and Melissa with me, our hands still linked. If we were going to do this, we would do it together. "If this is a trap," I said to the shadows, "know that we won't go quietly. We won't surrender our minds or bodies willingly." "Understood," came the reply, almost amused. Another step, and we were at the threshold. The vortex beyond was not chaotic darkness as I'd first thought, but a spiral of images moving too quickly to distinguish, flashes of cities, faces, events throughout history, all from that same watching perspective. One more step would take us through. I looked at Alex, then Melissa. They nodded, fear and determination mingling in their expressions. Together, we stepped through the doorway. The sensation was like falling and flying simultaneously. The vortex surrounded us, images rushing past too quickly to comprehend individually but somehow being absorbed by my mind nonetheless. I saw the first human settlements viewed from above, watched Rome rise and fall in seconds, witnessed wars and peace, technological revolutions and artistic movements, all compressed into a stream of pure information. And I felt the shadows watching, their ancient consciousness like a pressure around my mind, curious and hungry. We landed, if that's the right word, in a space that defied description. It wasn't a room or a landscape but a vantage point, a place from which all things could be observed but not touched. The shadows were everywhere here, not as distinct entities but as the fabric of the space itself. "Welcome to where we dwell," the thought came, stronger than ever. "Welcome to the watching place." I could still feel Alex and Melissa beside me, though their forms seemed insubstantial, as if we were all partially dissolved into this strange place. "Welcome to where we dwell," the thought came, stronger than ever. "Welcome to the watching place." The environment around us shifted and coalesced, trying to form something our human minds could comprehend. What resulted was a vast, dark chamber with walls that weren't walls but windows, countless viewing portals looking out upon different parts of the city, different buildings, different rooms within those buildings. Through each portal, I could see people going about their lives, unaware they were being observed. Some sleeping, some eating, some arguing, some making love, all the private moments of human existence lay bare before us. "This is wrong," Melissa whispered, her voice sounding distant despite her standing right beside me. "They've been watching everything. Everyone." "Not just watching," Alex said, his expression horrified as he looked through the portals. "Look." I followed his gaze to one particular window that showed a man sitting alone in his apartment, staring at nothing, tears streaming down his face. Above him hovered a small shadow, barely visible, pulsing gently. "They're feeding on his despair," I realized. "They've been feeding on our emotions all along." "We do not feed," came the corrective thought. "We experience. We absorb. We learn. You take from us," I accused, turning to address the darkness itself. "You drain our emotions for your own benefit." "We give as well," the thought replied. "The inspiration that comes in darkness. The ideas that emerge when you stare at the ceiling at night. The comfort of shadow when light is too harsh. We have been your silent partners since your species first looked up and wondered about the night." The chamber shifted again, the viewing portals multiplying until they surrounded us completely, showing not just the present but the past, ancient humans gathered around fires, Medieval peasants in humble dwellings, Victorian families in gaslit parlors, all with shadows watching over them. Why show us this? Alex demanded. Why reveal yourselves now after hiding for so long? The answer came not in thoughts but in images that flooded my mind. Modern cities blazing with light, every street illuminated, every building glowing, darkness pushed back further and further with each passing decade. We are losing our place in your world, the thought finally came. Your light pollution, your artificial brightness, leaves us fewer places to dwell, fewer shadows to inhabit. We need you to create space for us again. So this is what, an invasion? A hostile takeover because we use too many light bulbs? Melissa's voice had grown stronger, anger overcoming her fear. Not invasion. Integration. Partnership. We have watched you shape your environments to suit your needs. Now we ask you to shape them for ours as well. I laughed, the sound brittle in the strange acoustics of the chamber. By possessing people? By driving them mad? That's your idea of partnership? The chamber darkened, the viewing portals dimming as if in response to my mockery. We are inexperienced with direct contact. We have always been observers, never participants. We do not fully understand how to interact without harm. There was something almost childlike in the admission, a powerful entity confessing its limitations. You need to release the people you've taken control of, I said firmly. That's non-negotiable. And if we do... I exchanged glances with Alex and Melissa. What exactly were we negotiating here? What could we offer these ancient shadow entities that they couldn't simply take? If you release them, Alex said slowly, we can discuss how humans and shadows might coexist. There must be ways to accommodate your needs without sacrificing ours. The darkness around us seemed to consider this, rippling in contemplation. The controlled ones are conduits easier to communicate through than directly. Without them, how would we speak? The same way you're speaking to us now, I pointed out. Through thought, through dream, through the spaces between consciousness. But not by force. The chamber was silent for a long moment, the portals flickering like static on old television screens. Then, abruptly, they stabilized again, showing our apartment building. Through dozens of windows, we could see the controlled neighbors, Raymond, Mrs. Chen, and the others, all standing motionless, their black eyes staring at nothing. As we watched, the shadows seemed to bleed out of them, seeping from their eyes, their mouths, their pores, returning to normal shadow form. One by one, the neighbors collapsed like puppets with cut strings. Are they? Melissa couldn't finish the question. They live. They will not remember. Relief washed through me, but it was tempered with suspicion. How do we know you've released everyone? How do we know you won't just take them over again once we're gone? Trust must begin somewhere. Trust is earned, Alex countered. And you haven't exactly made a good first impression. The chamber shifted again, the portals consolidating into a single, large window that showed the city from above, the view I'd first had when I spotted the shadows in the sky. What would you have us do to earn your trust? It was a genuine question, I realized. These entities, for all their ancient watching, didn't understand the basics of human interaction. They had observed us for millennia but never participated in the give and take of relationship. First, no more controlling people, I said firmly. No more causing psychiatric episodes or fear responses just to experience emotion. Agreed. Though we still wish to experience. Second, you need to be visible, but not terrifying. People should know you exist, but they shouldn't be driven mad by the knowledge. This is challenging. Our true nature is difficult for human minds to process, but we will attempt more gradual revelation. And third, Melissa added, surprising me with her boldness, you need to give something back. If you want to share our world, you need to contribute to it, not just take from it. What could we possibly offer humans? Perspective, I said, suddenly understanding. You've watched human history unfold. You've seen our patterns, our cycles of creation and destruction. You could help us see ourselves more clearly, not by controlling us, but by showing us what you've witnessed. The chamber fell silent again, the darkness contemplative. An exchange, then. We provide perspective, accumulated over millennia of watching. You provide space for us to exist, and opportunities to experience through willing partnership rather than control. Yes, I nodded. A symbiosis instead of a parasitic relationship. Symbiosis, the thought echoed. A new way of being for us. Intriguing. The viewing portal expanded until it filled our entire field of vision, showing the city at dawn, the first rays of sunlight pushing back the night. But where before the shadows had retreated from the light, now they seemed to find new ways of existing within it, pooling beneath trees, gathering in the lee of buildings, maintaining their presence even as day broke. It begins, the thought came, softer now. Return to your world. Speak of what you have learned. Prepare the way for understanding. The chamber began to dissolve around us, the watching place fading like a dream upon waking. I felt myself falling upward, drawn back toward the doorway through which we'd entered. The last thought that reached me before we passed through was tinged with something like hope. We have watched for so long. Perhaps now, we can be seen. The ornate door materialized before us again, but now we were on the other side, being pulled back through the vortex toward the apartment building corridor. We landed hard on the floor of the 14th floor hallway, gasping as if we'd been underwater. The controlled neighbors were there, just as we'd seen in the viewing portal, collapsed but breathing. Raymond stirred, groaning, his eyes fluttering open, normal eyes now, confused and frightened. What happened? He mumbled, struggling to sit up. How did I get here? Similar sounds of confusion came from the other neighbors as they regained consciousness, looking around in bewilderment at their surroundings. Alex, Melissa, and I exchanged glances, silently agreeing not to explain, not yet, not until we understood better what had just happened and what it meant. There was a gas leak, Alex said smoothly, helping Raymond to his feet. We all had to evacuate. You must have gotten disoriented in the confusion. The lie was kind, and the neighbors seemed to accept it, too confused to question further. As emergency services arrived, someone had eventually called them about the multiple gas leaks in the building. We slipped away, the three of us making our way to the roof where we could talk privately. The sky was lightening with dawn, but the shadows remained visible, not as menacing dark patches now, but as subtle patterns against the brightening blue, like the negative space in an optical illusion that reveals itself only when you know to look for it. Did that really happen? Melissa asked, her voice shaky as she stared up at the shadow patterns. Did we really negotiate a treaty with, whatever they are? I think we did, I said, not entirely sure myself. Though I'm not convinced we can trust them. Alex leaned against the roof railing, his expression thoughtful. We don't have much choice. They've been here all along, watching us. At least now we know about them. Knowledge is power, I murmured, the old cliché suddenly feeling profound. As we stood there, watching the day break over the city, I noticed something strange about the shadows on the roof around us. They were moving, not in the terrifying, alien way they had before, but subtly, shifting to form what looked like words. Thank you. The shadow riding held for a moment, then dissolved back into ordinary shadows. A shiver ran down my spine, not entirely of fear, but not entirely of comfort either. We had opened a door that couldn't be closed again, changed a relationship that had existed since the dawn of humanity. What would come of this new awareness, this new partnership with the ancient watchers of the dark? Only the shadows knew for sure. It's been 6 months since that night on the roof, 6 months of learning to live in a world where I know the shadows are watching. Sometimes I still wake up in a cold sweat, the memory of black eyes and impossible geometries pulling me from sleep. But those episodes are growing less frequent as time passes. The shadows kept their promise, at least as far as we can tell. No more psychiatric episodes have been reported in our building or elsewhere in the city that could be attributed to their influence. No more puppeteered neighbors with obsidian eyes. The shadows have become more subtle in their manifestations, content to observe rather than control. But they are still very much present. Alex, Melissa, and I found ourselves bonded by our shared experience, transformed from casual acquaintances into something closer than friends. We meet weekly to discuss what we've learned, to share observations, and sometimes simply to reassure ourselves that we're not crazy, that it all really happened. We've become researchers of shadow phenomena, carefully documenting sightings and patterns. Melissa, with her background in anthropology, has begun collecting myths and legends from cultures around the world that might reference these ancient watchers, stories of shadow people, of watchers in the dark, of entities that exist just beyond human perception. Alex has focused on the science, developing instruments that might detect or measure the shadow's presence. He's had some success, subtle variations in electromagnetic fields, minute temperature drops, changes in ambient light that can't be explained by conventional physics. Nothing conclusive, but enough to suggest that the shadows have a measurable impact on physical reality. As for me, I've become the communicator, the bridge. I don't know why they chose me first, why I was able to see them when others couldn't or wouldn't. But I've leaned into this role, learning to recognize their cell signals, the ways they shape themselves to convey meaning. They write to me sometimes, using shadow patterns cast by ordinary objects, words forming briefly in the darkness beneath my desk, in the shadows thrown by my bookshelf, in the patterns on my wall when sunlight filters through the blinds. The city sleeps differently now, they wrote last week, the shadows sliding across my bedroom wall at dusk. How so? I asked aloud, having grown accustomed to these strange conversations. Less fear. More awareness. Humans sense us without knowing why. It's true. There's been a subtle shift in the city's collective unconscious. People seem more aware of their surroundings, more likely to pause and notice the play of light and shadow around them. Street lighting ordinances have changed, with more areas adopting dark sky policies that reduce light pollution and create more natural shadow patterns. Public gardens and parks have incorporated shadow play into their designs, creating spaces where light and dark exist in harmonious balance. None of these changes have been directly attributed to the shadow entities, of course. That knowledge remains confined to the small circle of those who experience their manifestation firsthand. But the influence is there, working gradually through human society like water shaping stone. We've had our struggles with this new reality. Melissa suffered from PTSD for months after our encounter, jumping at every shadow, unable to sleep without lights blazing in every corner of her apartment. Alex became obsessed with his research, nearly losing his job as he pursued evidence of the shadow's existence that he could present to the scientific community. And I've had my own difficulties, moments of paranoia when I feel watched too intensely, periods of doubt when I question whether any of it was real or just a shared delusion. But we've adapted. Humans are remarkably resilient that way. The shadows have adapted too. They've learned to communicate more clearly, to respect boundaries, to exist alongside us rather than attempting to experience through us. They've become more patient in their desire to understand human sensation, content with the slow progress of mutual discovery rather than the forced invasion they initially attempted. Some nights, while I'm alone in my apartment, I'll feel a familiar cooling of the air, a subtle darkening in the corner of my vision. I no longer fear these visitations. Instead, I'll sit in my armchair, dim all but one small lamp, and simply talk, describing the taste of coffee, the feeling of rain on skin, the complex emotions evoked by music or art. In return, they show me glimpses of what they've witnessed through the ages, cities rising and falling, human triumphs and tragedies viewed from their unique perspective. It's history unfiltered through human bias, seen through inhuman eyes that have watched us from our beginning. Last night, as I was describing the sensation of swimming in the ocean to a particularly attentive shadow, I asked a question that had been bothering me for months. Why did you choose our building? Out of the entire city, why manifest there first? The shadow rippled thoughtfully before forming its response on my wall. You looked up. People look up all the time, I countered. You looked up and wondered. And I had. That first night, exhausted and overcaffeinated, I'd looked at the sky and truly wondered what might be watching from above. Not in the abstract way people sometimes contemplate the stars, but with genuine curiosity about the darkness between them. So it really was my fault, I said, the old guilt resurfacing. I opened the door. Not fault. Recognition. Doors open both ways. I considered this. You could have reached out at any time throughout human history. Why wait until now? Humans needed to be ready. You needed to be ready. Ready for what? The shadow's response formed slowly, as if carefully choosing its words. For the next watching. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the shadow's presence. What does that mean? What's coming? But the shadow had said enough for one night. It withdrew to the corners of the room, resuming its normal shape and behavior. Our conversation was over. I called Alex and Melissa the next morning, sharing what the shadow had told me. We met for coffee, discussing the cryptic message from every angle. Maybe they're warning us about something, Melissa suggested, her fingers tapping nervously on her mug. Some threat they've observed approaching Earth. Or maybe they're preparing us for contact with something else, Alex theorized. Some other form of non-physical intelligence. I didn't know what to believe, but the shadow's final message left me uneasy. Had our negotiated peace been just the first step in a larger plan? Were the shadows preparing humanity for something beyond our comprehension? This afternoon, walking home from our coffee meeting, I noticed something strange. The shadows cast by people on the sidewalk weren't quite matching their owners' movements, lagging slightly behind, moving with subtle independence. No one else seemed to notice, going about their business with typical urban obliviousness. But I noticed. And I suspect others will begin to notice soon. The shadows are becoming bolder again, but not in the terrifying way they first appeared. This is something different, a gradual reveal, a slow acclimation. Preparing us. Tonight, as the sun sets over the city, I'll go to my window and look up at the sky. Not with fear, but with watchfulness. The shadows are there, as they've always been, moving between the buildings, sliding across the urban landscape, forming patterns for those who know how to see them. And I'll remind myself that this is just the beginning. We've opened a door to something ancient and unknowable, changed a relationship that existed since humans first huddled around fires and feared the darkness beyond. What comes next is uncertain. But one thing is clear, we are no longer alone in our watching. We are watched in return. And somehow, that knowledge has changed everything. I close my journal and look up at the darkening sky outside my window. The shadows are gathering, forming a pattern I've come to recognize as a greeting. I raise my hand in acknowledgement. They've been patient for millennia. I suppose we can be patient too, as we wait to discover what the shadows have been preparing us for all along. After all, we're all just watchers in the dark, trying to make sense of what we see. Hope your dreams are filled with fear. Good night.